Hello, welcome to another stream of FEDA, the Emblem of Justice. Let's see how much progress we're going to be making tonight, or today rather. It's pretty early in the afternoon. And hey, Nakuri, how you doing? Yep, I was actually telling Nakuri that I'm thinking of, since I finished Yakuza, I'm going to be doing Shining Force 2, since I kind of got in the mood for it after playing this. Not 100% sure when I'm going to do that, since I'm going to focus on the challenge for a bit. Well, that's going to be in the lineup as one of the games to play before we begin East 9 in February, or unless there's a last minute delay or something. Let's see. So for now, let me just set things up. Start the timer. Okay, click on the emulator. Let's go. I should have about 2 streams of this left. Like, I'm at area 9, there's 12 areas in the game unless there's things that pop up at last minute. I could try to finish this by tomorrow, and that'll be kind of the interesting way to, you know, start the New Year's. For the very last game of 2020 in this, where I've already been completing a lot of stuff. What's going on here? Why can't I do anything? Oh yeah, let me double check my control configurations. Since I actually changed some things up with the controls. And just in case, let me clear it, and if I need to reapply with another controller, I'll do just that. So let me fix things up a little bit. Because I decided to get a little converter where I could be playing it with the SNES controller using the SNES Classic controller. So that's how I've just been using that. Maybe I messed up on the button prompts somewhere. So I'm just going to fix things quickly. B. A. R. And if I ever use the other controller, I'll just switch back to that. There we go. Must have messed up on the buttons when I was setting things up. Now here. Not too bad, just kind of feeling up and down, life and all. Get my moods and feeling moody and stuff. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so someone should get towards the front gate, I guess. Maybe one of the flyers. I might be multitasking for a bit while I'm just doing stuff on the phone. So enemy turns actually went a little faster than I thought. So trying to mitigate the kills, but maybe we'll just get some kills on the more dangerous enemies. I assume these Pegasus are going to be a bit of pain. You've been practicing training for speedrun? Okay. I like speedruns. I'm semi-casual watching them. I just never commit to any. Like sometimes I like the idea of trying a speedrun, but it's like I don't like to stick to one game for too long. Though I kind of play mobile games and stuff where I do dedicate my stuff for a long while. And you don't want to perform in a middling fashion? Fair enough. It's just kind of like fighting games. I don't really have a self-discipline to just keep really, you know, practicing and improving and things like that. I just like to mess around with a bunch of things. And I don't want to get tired of a game. The most dangerous enemies are these Rambitos. Though if I just give him, make the gargoyle go ahead, it should be okay. Free XP. Well, I hope the run goes well for you whenever you decide to resume it. Or try a new one. Curiously, what's your personal record, and what's the world record for Shining Force? Just in case. Zane is weak, so good morning. That sounds good. And that's your record? I assume it's a lot of RNG manipulations since the stat gains and such you get in the game are random. Or little tricks. Let me lower the music. Oh, that's the world record. Still not bad. I guess somehow longer than I thought. But then again, I don't know, they're humanly possible in Shining Force 1. Gotcha. And you said it as humanly possible, so maybe a task bot or something can, or a task programmer bot can actually do it. Oops. Every frame advances RNG and there's no ways to buffer input. Gotcha. So that's just the programming quirk of it. Probably gonna kill one or two guys. I'm at the highest rank anyway, so I got a little buffer room. Better to get rid of the dangerous enemies if necessary. They always double though. They do whatever they want. They're cheaters. Like, I can understand the appeal of tasks, you know, just to see how much the computer AI can break the game or just kind of rig things. They both have their place. I'm getting through the taskbot segments and the GDQs. And oh yeah, that's starting soon. I don't even know what the lineup is for this. Well, for next year, rather. Feels like the GDQ events hasn't really been grabbing me in recent years as before. Like, it's still some entertaining stuff, but part of me feels like maybe it's a little too commercial, I don't know. Will inform you so much. Okay, yeah, that's one way to study it. Yeah, right now this objective is just to get to a base, so, you know, try to mitigate the kills, otherwise I get bad karma points. And he's just a tank, so he should be okay. Unless completely surrounded by enemies. And she's okay. We don't need too much people going further in. See, he's just taking one whole damage. Oh. And even these dangerous cans don't do too much. In Shining Force 1 speedrun, you got two very talented runners that have grinded the run a lot. In the sub 5 time. Nice, nice. That's it. I like the idea of ever doing a speedrun. I just have a hard time imagining myself really committing. I could daydream about it. Not like I don't know exactly which game I would actually stick to in speedrun, since I'm not exactly a very passionate or dedicated person. Oh, I imagine. How many runs we're talking? Thousands, tens of thousands? And we paralyzed this enemy, I believe. We can't paralyze the robots. Try as I might, doesn't work. Maybe I should have waited a bit more to heal. Yeah. Fair enough. Like, sometimes I imagine I would try to mess around with a speedrun of a shorter RPGs and stuff, like maybe East and all that. But yeah. Just for my own funsies. It doesn't have to necessarily be an RPG either. Let's see if that beats the mission. No. I don't know if everyone has to get there or not. No. Oh, I imagine. But hey, there are people like you that are dedicated to the games and the series and such. That you want to be the very best that no one ever was. Like, I've seen Julie Massa, practice a lot with the Grandia speedruns. And getting to, what, 11, 10 hours? And that's a long game. That's really passion just to play, do the grind of playing through the longer games like that over and over and over. Practically one sitting. I've seen them stretch, during cutscenes or FMVs. Yeah, thanks for the shares and the insight and such. Like, I don't always know how to respond to things all that well, or, react to things, but yeah, still. It's interesting, and it's kind of how we have all these different subgroups or things, that we like to do in gaming and such. That's part of the fun. Okay, we could do probably another remake or so, and just in case. Just get rid of these. Nah, not like the chat is really active at the moment. It's just pretty much you and me at the moment. Otherwise, it'd just be so yeah, I'm killing this enemy. I'm moving here. Oh no, I get attacked. Yeah. Okay. Just in case. Yeah, that's actually interesting compared to a lot of other strategy RPGs where, it's where there's a speed order and such. Not like a Fire Emblem and the Sky and some of the games where you get to, you know, move all the party members, then the enemy gets to move all their members and so on. It just goes back and forth, and you could just kind of choose who you want if your turn pops up. So the enemies can use up different units at the beginning of their first turn. It's not... The enemy has the same mechanics as we do. And that's what got me into some troubling situations where it just feels like, oh, that enemy that I hope that it moved. I shouldn't be killing, but some of these enemies are dangerous. Turn order is randomized even if speed takes effect in the calculation. Lovely. Like, it could sound both interesting and a big pain in the ass, where you probably want some degree of consistency when speedrunning. Yeah, that would be interesting for sure. Especially since there's a morality system and there's multiple endings to this game, so there's different approaches potentially. Test your knowledge, yeah. So I think Brian has to go there or something. Not sure. Kind of made it sound like anyone can just be in the front of the base and we're good to go, but maybe everyone has to. Because I might have messed up this mission a bit. Yeah. And there's some bit of overpowering of Max. I think that's what the main character's name. Oop. Oh, silly Twitch. Howdy ho, lazy guy. Yep, the end draws near. And how's your day going? We're just trying to manage through this. And whenever I switch windows, I gotta remind myself to pop back the emulator. To keep doing things back and forth. Can I continually paralyze? Okay, so it's a mage. So mages are the OP ones. Just in case. Oh, you've beaten Chrono Trigger and soon Danganronpa 2. Both are good games. I finished Danganronpa for the first time earlier this year. Danganronpa 3, rather. I played 1 or 2 around launch, but 3 I just kind of was negligent until later. Yep. Yeah, in the underleveled situation. Yep. And there's 2 main characters, like, if he dies or Brian dies, that's game over. And I noticed that the AI seems to favor attacking them when possible. Sometimes I do it on purpose to bait them out. I don't like to overpower my main MCs. I might be stuck there. I might have screwed that up. It went the wrong way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a drop in ranking here. Well, as long as I don't kill everyone, I should be okay, but I feel like I might lose a ranking. Yeah, so it looks like either Brian or everyone has to move towards the front. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I could get away with it or it's okay, but the game is really obtuse about it. Like, the game is not clear cut on what's okay and what's not okay, and you know what. So I'm just playing it safe or just mostly blind. And I'm the type of guy that likes to, you know, read stuff online or research after a first do research and such where, you know, so I'm not going to be totally blind and frustrate myself or stress out during a playthrough. But everything I read about the morality system, it's people are kind of inconsistent or not clear cut on what it does. Just most of it is just try to follow the objective, which is get in front of the base in this case. So it's still random guesswork because not enough people played it, so there's no real clear definition of what's good or not. That's one of the drawbacks of super niche games. Oh, actually we're okay. We didn't need to kill that robot. I thought we were stuck in a corner. I murdered for nothing. The best I could understand it was for one of the viewers told me, it's like, in objectives where, you know, the objective is not to, you know, kill everyone, try to kill as little as possible, there's an invisible scoring system, and, you know, for each enemy you killed, you'd get it subtracts points. That seems to be the most consistent with what I observed. And some people say that, you know, taking too much damage during missions and stuff affects scoring as well. Some claim they don't. So who knows? And I don't know if, you know, if have a certain amount, if having low HP at the end, you know, affects things or not. So maybe it's better to have a full HP when you finish a mission, I don't know. Maybe there's some random comment in YouTube or GameFAQs or something that just explains everything well. And I'm just kind of poking around. Let's see if I could bind them again. Can paralyze work more than once in someone? Okay, it does. Let's see if it's just Brian that needed to be in the front. Uh-oh. Okay, but they don't hurt. That's why I was trying to leave those enemies mainly alone. And he's just one of them. Just trying to find the sweet spot if there's actually something that could finish the mission faster. Ooh, that's bad. Maybe we should get mind potions. Probably the snow is lowering their movement. Okay, that took more damage. I was gonna say, surprisingly, the healer is tankier than robots. Against the robots. I assume one more turn. And just in case. I should have let the mine repairs. Okay, there we go. Mission end. That was a bit close. Okay. Bonus CXP. We're not murdering everyone on sight. Okay, I still maintain my ranking. I wonder if the negative killing point applies to if I'm killing extra soldiers when the objective is to kill specific enemies. Whereas objectives like get to this destination, you know, I don't get negative karma if I just leave at least one enemy alive. So maybe I should try something where I would kill everyone but one enemy just to see if I'd get points deducted or not. And these, you know, move to this place here. Let's go. Are we gonna have another aerial battle like before? Let's go. Whee! Well, onward to the next battle, no saving. So, do we kill them all here? Okay, kill them all. These guys suck. Okay, can troopers here, these cannons there. Well, they got ranged. Yeah, we just literally dropped on them. So begins the battle. Well, we're supposed to be kicking their ass anyways, just happened in a different way. In one moment. Just texting. So Bikage can use more levels. That didn't go so well. Maybe stick to shurikens. I think we should just focus over here before we start going after the cannons. Let's snipe those off. Okay. So that's a single target. Okay, these guys have pretty strong defenses. So we need to one-shot them. Quadra slice. The defenses are relatively high and their lightning resistance is high. And you would do that. Oh, but we're in a nice position. These guys didn't come in yet. Nice, nice. I'll wait a bit. Oh, we can do this. I want to tell Bikage to get EXP. That could have been better. As you could see Nakuri, like, those guys went last, but this time one of them went first. So there, this guy's gonna go next. And some truck is passing by. The speed of this game, yeah. And in practice, you had the main character go last in the turn, or first next. Basically, I'm gonna swoop in and just kind of lightning fry one of them, since the damage is fixed. Hey, darn it, how you doing? Not too bad. Let's just see how much progress I can make on this. I'm hoping to finish this game before the New Year's. That'll be fun. Third battle, shining points, you have to reach destination. Well, it is the SNES challenge and all. We should really finish off this guy before things get ugly. Or didn't need to do that. Oh wait, I could do it one more time with this ability. Who should get this kill? Maybe more Tobikage. If I could play a game of chicken. You know, this does fixed damage. Trying to make the enemy move first before I try to swoop in. Doesn't matter. Since he doesn't take much damage from those cannons. It's a little too dangerous. Door's too fragile. I'm about to finish this next turn, so I could just burn MP. Wish they had more attack and defense and HP. Get out of the way so we won't get attacked. Oh, could have sworn one of the enemies would have attacked me. Oh, but the enemy moved closer. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Dora's a useful party member, but she's fragile. But Max is close by to swoop in with a kill. Excuse me, why did I say Max? I was thinking Shining Force Brian. He's not Max. For starters, Brian can talk. Yeah, Rambo-like. I do greatly appreciate that there's EXP bonuses when finishing levels. Makes managing units even when they're reserves much better. And from what I've read, it looks apparently the level cap is 50, so we're getting there. I don't know what repelling is. Tridents we got. No clue what Valiant is. Yep, but armor. I don't even have armor in this game. Like, all I've seen in shops is weapons and items. Oh, surprise battle. And I forgot to save. Okay, fight, so possibly kill them all. Let me come closer. Not surprised the magical resistances here. I don't know their movement range, or if they could attack more than 3 spaces away. That one just wants to hide. Uh-oh. Brian's okay, but the others... It's actually not as bad as I thought. You want them to move closer. Yeah, door needs some EXP. I'll just try to wait out the heal a little bit. I want one of the mages to go closer. Here we go. Yeah, I should get rid of this one. Didn't get a turn yet. Oof. That's no good. I hope I get a turn, otherwise we're kind of screwed. Okay, that jackal has quite a bit of sturdy defenses. So close. This is super bad. I think I heal next turn. Just in case. That's some good EXP. Okay, these mages pack a lot of EXP. Probably the jackals too. playing it safe right now. Because if I feel like if I move, the mage is going to attack all these guys. This is better, so I could just heal a bunch of people. This might take a bit. That way, instead of focusing healing one person, I could heal a lot of people. The damage isn't that bad. Playing it a little safe. So maybe I should heal. Or I can try to finish off the mage. I knew it was gonna go. I went after Ein. That worked out. Oh, he dodged that. I think this is the most units I've healed at the same time. And only 24 EXP. Oh, the mage has full HP. We could do this. Doesn't want one of the weaker units to just finish off the mage. Even just not killing them would just yield a lot of EXP. Compared to others. Nice. Hey, 9's actually a higher level than Brian. Gotta fix that. I would like to overpower my main character though. Iron's a main character too. They're both good. That could have been better. Oh, maybe I should have went with RB just to try to finish off the Jackal. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, that's actually not as bad. I was expecting much worse. I'd rather have someone else try to finish this guy off. That's it. Hey Carrie, how's it going? Oh, could have got more EXP from that. I wanted to finish off the Jackal. That's a waste. Nothing is here. Nothing is ever here. Just want to double check on things. Maybe there's some hidden treasures. Oh wait, Gary, maybe it was like, oh no, it's Dennis. It's the Mr. JRPG. I gotta hide. That's totally it. We were here before. Is there any other place? Nope, so it was actually didn't miss anything before. Let him come here, and it'll be the biggest mistake of our lives. Kind of like how he's a samurai bug. That's fun. To the camp. Let's go talk to friends since we got Brian back. Haven't saved in a while. Maybe I'll have a bad mission next. Or, you know, lose my units. Okay, you're back to the old dialogue. You're a pretty useless kid. And well, the pincer attack didn't work out. Yeah, I should be available for tonight. My Final Fantasy XIV run stuff with friends was yesterday instead of today, that's why. And I was not in the best of the mood, so that's why I didn't stream yesterday and stream today. Instead, when this is usually my, just breather day or time off. And since I know Grayson better, odds are I'm going to be messing with him a lot more than Colt Thor. Hey, Kowser, how's it going? And welcome. And welcome to my great SNES challenge. How did Persona 3 go for you? Did you beat it? So I was mostly lurking at the end. I just talk to NPCs if any dialogue changes before moving forward. It's the only little character interactivity we have with this game. At least you got to the end. And if you're curious, I play all sorts of JRPGs. This is my special challenge run thingy where I go through all sorts of SNES RPGs that are localized and fan-translated. And these are the two next ones after I finish FEDA. And whenever I finish this is going to determine a random pick for game number 14. And I hope you've been doing okay. Just enjoy and chill away. And if you're curious about the games I've beaten, you could check my About section just to see, what I've been played or beaten and such. Okay, so you're female. And you, Jenny, how you feel? Hey, it's town. Yeah, good luck on the landlord stuff, Carrie. You know me, I don't know what else to really say. Well, you heard the man. How you doing? Yeah, they are useless. That's nice of him. Is there any more items we could steal, though? Yeah, just keep on pressing. That's the best you could do. So, Carrie, do you want to visit at sometime this week? Probably Friday if you want. Yeah, so he re-emerged. Finally taking on one of the 4 Commodores. Oh, my guess was I thought Bart was going to be the one we kill first. And based on what happened to Brian, that old man, douche person we met in Belclad is probably going to be the third. I keep forgetting who the 4th Commodore is. Cobalt, the leader. I actually have a choice in the matter. Okay, let's save for just in case. So I don't have to go through that scene again. Well, probably for unnecessary fights, and, well, they're moving ahead, so... we don't need extra kills. Yeah, true. Maybe Saturday 1 too. Though that's gonna be Q train stuff, not B train. Especially since I'm going back to work Monday, so it's basically the best opportunity. Yeah, let's use them. Okay, so try to ignore the others. Odds are maybe I'll kill the Death Wizards. Because if I kill, for these missions, if I kill any extra troops, maybe I'm gonna get penalized. Maybe they can move forward. Or rather, they went to the side. Thought they were gonna be stuck in the gate. Oof. That sucked. It was magically my fault. Oh, there's flyers. The Hoogies. Maybe we could paralyze them. Not too worried about the healers. Feeling that might be a mess. Have to hang in there with the wizard stuff. Hopefully the other one would move in closer. So we get a shot at him. And that would have been better. Let's see what damage they cause. Okay, and their upgrade of the Holy Men. Tobikage does not like the cold, apparently. Playing it safe. He's not gonna get much action. Okay, and these guys can sustain damage. I always seem to get penalized when killing extra units in these kinds of missions, so I'm trying to avoid that. Come on, I want that other guy to come closer as our target. We need to kill him. Yeah. I think it's actually good that we don't have counter skills in the game where sometimes you don't want to kill certain targets. Okay, we paralyzed the wizard. Maybe it's not going to attack us. I just noticed the wizard's female. I saw breasts. Please move closer. Yeah, maybe I should move a little to the left. We're just blocking their movement. Here we go, there's our target's closing in. That could have been better. Got him surrounded. I have a bit of an idea, especially if we're not strong enough to kill them. Though maybe I shouldn't chance it. Might be underestimating my own strength. Because I could just probably potentially do this. Though it's actually not reaching our target. Yeah, I got a little reckless there. Of course, the healer. It'd be easier if I just kill one of the units and max swoop. Brian swoops in and just goes for one of the kills. I'm trying to be good until I get to that resort. I'm gonna try to fulfill the challenge. Wait, he was 2 spaces away all along. For some reason I thought he was further away. That works out. Let's go back to save for good measure. There's a truck nearby outside, so I'm going to mute for a bit. Okay. So the bug samurai is buddies with Tusk. Tusk ditched Brian for his bug friend. Kill them all, I say. It's a little hard to talk right now while there's a truck going outside. I'm kind of a little lost concentration in my words for a moment. I was trying to say that, you know, truck probably like mail truck or something has just been, it's just keep having the car running or truck running or whatever. So it's just being a little noisy to talk. And hey Alice, how you doing? How's your day? So let's try to assess which guys to go after first. You just woke up. Curiously, what time is it at your end? Okay, still get rid of the mages because they could be dangerous. And mostly are just bug samurais. 1 p.m. Okay, so you're mountain time. I'm 2 hours ahead of you at 3. So I got distracted for a moment. Yeah, I'm just checking stuff on the phone for a moment. Okay, let's get free XP. Let him come closer. I don't know why I'm moving closer when I said wait here. It's like I just forgot my own words. Okay, and then just in case, let's move a little closer. Let's go first blood. There we go. Good EXP too. Good job. Super fragile, but at least we could just swoop in. That hurt a lot more than I thought. You would think that the Tobikage would be an invasion tank or something. Uh-oh. May have to restart that. I don't want to deal with the rescue. Yeah, okay, he really is super fragile. Gonna reset that so we can do the cutscene again and everything. Let him come closer. I thought he could sustain more damage than that. There's no permadeath or anything, but there's major penalties for letting units die, and this is only the beginning of the mission, so not much lost time. Just gonna mash the button a bit. Oop. That was going straight to cutscene, right? I was looking at stuff on the phone while doing it. Silly me. Maybe I could just hold the button. Okay, yeah. It's even better I could hold it. There we go. That wasn't too long. Long map is long, though. Well, we learned our lesson though. We'll just stay behind. So a lot of them are close range units, and the mages won't be. It'll take a little while for the mages to come in. It's a good measure. Thank you. Yeah, where's the cheese? Yeah, iron's way less fragile. Yeah. Not all of it, most of it. Most of it, not all. Okay. Well, enjoy your breakfast slash lunch, Alice. Okay, at least let's get some EXP for Tobikage. And sorry, I'm just multitasking at the moment. That's why the weird pauses, like just doing mobile gotcha stuff during enemy turns, and sometimes get a little play. Let's see, maybe we could get the gargoyle friends to finish it off. Or we could get Tobikage to attack next turn with the Shuriken and get a few targets. Slower units are lagging behind a bit. Yeah, that wasn't much. Honk. As tempted as I am, it's a bad idea. Yeah, he really needs to raise the defense. The MP would have been nice as well, and HP. Well, everything would have been nice. That's just basically it. Ouch. Ryan's not good against the cult, apparently. Not a lot of people are. Safety heal. Oh crap. Oh wait, we did heal at least. Gotta make sure Tobikage doesn't die. So we just heal up next turn. Well, the mages are out, so we're good there. Probably better off with Ein over there. That way we can just kind of block our the units with lower HP. Go, Arby. Okay, the potential those dangerous enemies are done. Oh, nice, you could do it twice now. Stinger's a little behind. I'll try to get him the EXP. Maybe the orc can assist. Ouch. Okay, who to go for? Wrong thing. You don't provide that much EXP though, so but still. Maybe it'll be more EXP for Stinger. And there were two. Ooh, samurai bugs. And these guys hurt. Oops. I should have attacked there. Hopefully it's gonna finish it in one hit. And surprisingly, no. We should be finishing it this round though. And hopefully we'll be able to finish him off. Keep getting feeling like they're gonna block or evade or something like that at the worst possible time. These guys are sturdy enough to not be finished in one hit. And they're super resistant to magic. We should at least give Tobikage a hit for Ratsetsu, if it's possible. And no EXP bonus for us. Lame. I was kind of relying on that. In case of a tough or dangerous or sucky battle ahead. this chapter for almost over 2 hours, rather. Oops. Wahaha. Good job. Now can we kick his ass? I kinda like his sprite. He's got less HP than I thought it'd be like. I thought it'd be like 99 or something. Uh-oh. Just kill him. He's got 2 healers and 2 mages and a few flyers. Might possibly lose ranking because there's no way I could just probably focus fire on him. See how the movement goes. Yeah, they're not even moving. There's 2 healers on the sides. You gotta get rid of those death mages. Almost got ranged. Racers. I'm trying to leave those guys alone. Rokusins. See how this goes. Oh, we lured the healer out. Healer out. Hmm. I fight him. At the moment, I'm slightly overwhelmed with the fight. Just gotta take it little by little. Good opportunity to. One's dead. And one mage just baited out. I'm just thinking who should kill who. Poor Dora can do so much better. She's been lagging behind. Conserving my abilities a little for Retsetsu. Oh, there he is. Actually, since we just lured him out, we could probably focus fire on him. Paper towel. Someone should finish this one off. Damn. Oh, but you got a little EXP. At least get rid of one of the death wizards. Play it safe. Yeah. I kill the fuse, so I might as well just get a rank down and then bounce it back up. Can use this ability. Again, that one was just hanging on for so long. Maybe one of the healers is going to swoop in for a Retsetsu. Or not. Oh, it's heal all. That was a single target. I want Brian to try to finish him off. Yeah, I knew it. for good measure. Stubbornly want the main character to finish him off. Oh yeah, I should have attacked the Torikabe. They're being silly. Yep, ninja insects indeed. And hey Baron, how's it going? And just in case of any misses and stuff, let's go safety heal. I'm dragging out the fight to be both cautious and being a little silly. At least thematically, let's give him a let him attack. I doubt he'd be able to finish him off. I think he deserves this much. See if we can finish him off now. Go, Max. I thought it'd be more EXP than that. Oh well. We win. And it seems like the street's being a little noisy. Yeah, his vague ambitions. Okay, at least Tobikage gets the cutscene kill. Good on him. Congrats. Self-destructing no jutsu. Now onward to the next area. How'd he get here so fast? Probably the cargo dragon. Meanwhile, back in the game. Safety save. Let's see who's here with us. Probably it's Hellman. Oh, hey Komei. You're still here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I beat you to the hologram joke. Maybe he knows teleportation. He could be a wizard. So we'll just kick their ass. 9 horse. Necromancer and random skeleton. More units than I thought. It's hard to tell exactly. Okay, this goes down. I was gonna say it's hard to tell exactly. Arg. Oh, it's an undead horsey. Undead centaur. It didn't matter there, but I don't know. Nice. Oh, that's terrible gains. He just keeps blocking the attacks. Let's see who to go after. It's probably more dangerous. We'll heal up pretty soon as needed. I had a feeling it was not going to hit our gargoyle friend. I think we should kill the Rick over. Probably Dora. We can leave him alone. Well, the insects are dead now. Well, we have one insect buddy, but the evil insects are basically defeated. Now we're dealing with undead. Well, one whole EXP. Didn't realize it would go that far. Okay, I really should heal. No, some of the enemies are a bit of a pain. I feel like I've been steamrolling less. Oh, we already moved her. Yeah, we're just saving her for, we're just mostly saving her for, healing. And I actually moved her. Or I can finish the other enemy. Okay, so basically the way I envision it, because no one did it before, is anytime at any game during I'm playing, it doesn't have to be during the challenge, you could just redeem the points, and I'll be like, we gotta stop everything, and we're gonna rig the wheel. You pick the point. Basically any game within the challenge, with the minor exceptions like no direct sequels or part 2s or things like that. But that's basically things like no Fire Emblem Thratica 776, no Fire Emblem Book 3, no Wizardry 2 and 3 because they're apparently connected from 1. But yeah, you could just do that any time outside the challenge. But yeah, just gotta keep it within the challenge for the SNES stuff. Do you have the points? Or you're building up? You're gonna strike at any time? No, basically, it's gonna take over the slot, like... Ooh. Basically, you could just force what number 14 is gonna be if you decided to do it now before I finish. Like, before I do the review or anything, I would just skip the random pick altogether if you just pick out the next game. And damn, that's a lot of points. I initially had it at 250k, but maybe I was being a little too harsh. Nothing is number 14 yet. Okay, let me go into browser mode for a second. Just to open things up. I have no idea what number 14 is yet. It's not determined. I was gonna determine after finishing this game, but it could be set up beforehand. Like, let's see. Let's go to browser. Is it showing? Okay, good. Basically, nothing is here. You would just force whatever this is and skip the normal process of the wheel pick. And this is going to be the raffle next game over here. That's what the orange is for. Whatever the raffle is for this is going to determine what this is, but the rigging the wheel has the highest priority of all. So if there's a game you really, really want me to play, feel free to rig it, and it'll be forced to be number 14 no matter what. That's undefeated. That's the biggest. That's the biggest ability. And just figure that'll be my fun of it. Okay. List one moment. I thought. Oh, and he redeemed the wheel. Oh man. It's finally happening. So, here's the list for you. We're gonna stop everything right now because he did it. We got someone actually rigging the wheel. And we gotta clip this moment. So here's the list. Knock yourself out. I'll just let it play out and everything. God damn. Someone's actually crazy enough to do it, and I'm gonna have to stop the command. So, we'll just letting things wait out. Oh, we'll talk to people while we're at it. Oh, front mission, huh? I thought you were gonna pick Record of Lotus War, but okay. Final answer? So we're gonna go with final mission for the final answer? Okay. Pause the timer. Pause the game. We're gonna conduct the wheel spin right from the get-go. Here we go. All this. So front mission. Front mission. Might as well go with the formalities. Okay, it doesn't do it unless I space things out. Oh, no, not yet, not yet. Oh, fine. I was gonna do more of it, but... Oh my god, I cannot believe it's front mission. So we're gonna be skipping the random game pick after the review. He forced front mission on us. At least it's a good game, and haven't played that in a while. Form values only. So I should write a little note here. Rigged pick. By darn, it's because I have to mention it. So we got our first rigged pick. Yay. At least it happens once in the challenge. So I'm gonna be playing the SNES version because I don't feel like setting up an interface for the DS version where it's probably gonna be only 2 games tops. But yeah, looking forward to front mission number 14. And maybe I should highlight that. Wait, actually no. One moment though, before I resume, I'm gonna just quickly try to disable the command, just in case, or just get into the habit of that. So, I forgot how I do that since I have rarely messed with channel point stuff, so give me a moment. Well, figuring things out. Don't worry, we're gonna resume in a minute. Okay, channel point stuff. Edit that thing, manage rewards. I'm gonna turn back off the rigged pick after this. and currently disabled. Alright, we're good. So let me bring things back up. Yep, it's first for everyone. And for some reason, I didn't think you'd be the first. I was expecting one friend to rig the wheel first, but she missed her opportunity. Because I was expecting one particular friend of mine to just throw Sailor Moon at me at any moment. So congratulations, you got the guaranteed click of front mission. And again, I was sure you were gonna pick Record of Lotus War because you've been wanting me to play that. But yeah, expect front mission pretty soon. So we're gonna be getting a bit of strategy RPG kicks. So we're skipping the reveal for number 14 since we already know what's ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna eventually get to it. Right now, my head's... I haven't played front mission in a few years either, so that's gonna be fun. Gotta believe in yourself, kid. And for my front mission experience, like, I've only beaten one. I've played a little bit of 4, but never got far in it because that game kicked my ass. I've never played 2 and 3, so depending on my moods for front mission, maybe I'll be playing the other games next year. I know Front Mission 5 is fan translated, and I know 3 is on PlayStation 1. Not sure if 2 got an English release of some kind. And there was this game I heard about, Left Alive or something, that's based on the Front Mission universe. That's not beloved. Flare, huh? We only met that witch once. So I gotta make a small update to SNES Upcoming because we already got the reveal. Gonna quickly edit the bot a little bit. So one moment. Where is it? I just want to do this while I have it in mind instead of waiting until between streams. Yeah, let the timer run. I don't want to feel like pausing back and forth. And next game is going to be the raffle pick, so maybe you have a small chance to go 2 games in a row if you're around at the end of Wizardry 6. So, here you go. I made it even more official. Alright, so let's buy stuff. Let's see how Thorblade is before I give it to anyone else. Phoenix, that's looks like a ninja blade. That's some expensive stuff. It's hard to tell which ones are the ranged ones, which one are not. Oh, he doesn't get that. He gets the katana. Just sell one of these. And let's go sell the old crossbow. Serve this well, and hopefully it's still 3 spaces, because that's been super good. Just wonder who gets that one. Iron pylon. Hey, GRPG party. Happy belated Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you. I hope your holiday's been going okay. And I wonder if it was you or someone else I was talking to you about, but did we talk about Front Mission before for a little bit last time you were here? Forgetting who I mentioned Front Mission about. Well, guess what? Someone rigged my wheel pick, and number 14 is Front Mission 1. Courtesy of Darnets. He rigged the wheel and forced the pick. So look forward to that when the time comes. I do not know when, because I don't know how long the other 2 games are, and what might sidetrack me in between, but that's on the horizon. I'm just looking at stuff for a moment. Just curious who even uses this weapon. Maybe some we don't get. Yep, the first one. That's the only one in the list, since that's the only Super Nintendo one. Checking, okay. Let's just go get mine repairs for Aris. Yeah. I know, it's like, well, what are the odds? Like we had a few entries in the wheel and it just happens to be Front Mission. Yep. All translated and localized JRPGs on the SNES. That's why we got that counter in the bottom that says 11 out of 151. At the moment, as far as I know, there's 151 games, subject to change. Oops. Here you go if you want to see the list and the spreadsheet. And keeping in mind that I also play other games. Like, I don't always play SNES stuff, like I was playing Yakuza and Cold Steel 4 and Demon Souls for a while. And I just finished those, so that's why we're back on Super Nintendo. This is just basically my side project. And I'll just at least do one game, a little by little, while I'm just playing all sorts of things as long as I'm streaming. And let's see how I hold out in the long run. It's always kind of been a mini dream, like a playthrough. I'm not doing all endings, like there's apparently 4 endings for FEDA, but I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do this 4 times. That's probably gonna sour my perception of the game if I'm doing 4 times in a row of this game. It's like, this game is not particularly short for repeated playthroughs in a row. The only chance is if somehow one of the games needs to be played multiple times to get the... If games need to be played multiple times to get the true ending or true experience or something. But I don't know of any SNES games that has that. It's more of a modern game thing, like the Nier's games. Or perhaps Undertale. Yes, from what I've read, it has 4 endings based on alignment. I'm trying to be as lawful as possible and just maintain the highest ranking. I assume it's all tied to that. Oh yeah, Live Alive are gonna do all the routes, of course. Because, well, that's part of the game. Yeah. Of course, Chrono Trigger, I'm just gonna do one playthrough of that. Probably get the best end and just do everything on the game. Actually, no. I could do 2 endings in Chrono Trigger. Let's do the developer's room thing as a bonus. Nah, I was just gonna do 1 ending and I didn't realize there was 19 endings. Okay, so head for the trail. So go all the way here. Ooh, have fun with the snow. Unless you dislike the snow, Alice, then I'm sorry. Hang in there. It's one or the other. And from what I remember of Front Mission and when I'm seeing Clip Grayson play through it, it starts really tough and then it just gets easier once you get the better equipment and units and stuff, so it's gonna be a rough beginning. Yeah, all the translated SRW games for Super Nintendo. As far as I know, I think there's only 1 or 2 that are not translated. For Super Robot Wars 4 is in the works, but who knows when that comes out. So far I got 3 EX and Lord of Elemental on the list. So those 3 games are somewhere in the horizon. I like this series, but I've mostly played the PS2 games and onward, and GBA stuff. I don't have much experience. I didn't play the older games at all, except for a little bit of the Game Boy one, just for, you know, just to understand its origins, and that game was rough. Oh, goody. Out of the 3, I'm most interested in Lord of Elemental, personally. I like the OG content quite a lot. Though it's technically not original generations. Well, if enemies get in the way, we kill them. we'll try to spare one. If you want to, you could take a look at the spreadsheet just to get an idea of, you know, which ones I'm going to be playing and which ones I haven't played before or not. Like, there's a few localized titles and a huge chunk of fan-translated ones I've never touched before. And again, I'll just put it in if you're just curious to see what I've already played or know about before. Front Mission I've beaten before. I've never played Slayers or Wizardry 6. And I am including bad games on the list too, so I'm just bracing myself for that. And I screwed that up. That game soured me in the end. Like, that was my least enjoyable game by far. And one of the tabs has the reviews and the ratings and stuff. That final boss sucked, and it was just a tedious game to go through. I was gonna give the enjoyment factor a 2, but then just the final boss just annoyed me too hard. And I just ended up being desperate enough to just do save states. Because I rushed the game a little bit because it got kind of easy for a bit, like I was doing decent damage. Then I got to a point of no return with the final dungeon, saved over the file, and the enemies were super tough, and final boss was one-shotting me. And the way the grind works is that you have to defeat enemies for RNG chance for your mechs to get upgrades and equipment and stuff. And it's just sort of a drop rate, so maybe I missed farming a few enemies and things like that to make myself a little stronger. Well, Front Mission is also on the DS, and it also has the extra bonus scenario, which I'm not going to be doing. I really, really hope Cyber Knight 2 is a lot better. I did the Switch version, and yeah, I love that game. It's like, I was kind of lukewarm about it initially, but then it just really, really grew on me to the point where it did make me play through made me want to play other Saga games. So I'm probably gonna stream Saga Frontier next year, or whenever the remaster comes out. I'm a little bit nervous about Romancing Saga 1 and 2, only because I feel like the quality of life improvements in 3 might spoil me on how much, you know, more archaic 1 and 2 might be. I'm just thinking who should get the kills. I think my only option for 2 is the Switch version or remastered. I've played a little bit of Unlimited Saga, just out of curiosity, like I got it as a freebie. Well, odds are, because of the vagueness of Romancing Saga 2 and not wanting to feel lost for a while, probably after one stream I'm gonna just look up stuff to do on that game or how the mechanics work. Or where to go to do things, because I don't want to feel hopelessly lost for many streams. Like, the beginning of 3 was rough for me. It's like, I'm talking to people in town, haven't unlocked the dungeon in hours. What do I do? You know, that sort of feeling. It's not like 3. Got it. Okay, gotcha. Who knows? Maybe Romancing Saga 2 would have been game number 14, but the pick got rigged. So we may never know. Nope. I gotta keep in mind that I don't kill all the enemies in this. I'm just clearing a path. Probably kill the horsemen and maybe paralyze the mages. Yeah, thank you very much on that. I need to update my last few editions. I've just been kind of throwing in names, like there's still some missing information on some of my most recent editions, like one of the Fire Emblems and some stuff I decided to re-add. Because since this is just a list I made for myself, and it's not like I have a community console or anything, I decided to include games that are marketed as JRPGs but are not maybe JRPGs. Like, for example, there's a few Zelda clones that are, you know, they are labeled as JRPGs even though they're probably just Zelda clones. So I decided to just include those just to not, you know, think of what ifs or go case by case cases. Anything goes. So I think I'm good at the moment. The rest is just I'm not sure about, or not sure if maybe there's a few places that marked some things as JRPGs. And I have a list of games that are untranslated, like maybe those get updated and get added to the list. The list is the Super Nintendo is such a huge RPG machine, and we barely got any of the games. Yeah. No, I've already, no, what that meant was I've played the game before and I've done Imperial routes, so whenever I play Langrisser, I'm gonna do anything but Imperial. So any of the other routes I'm gonna be doing, I'll let the wheel decide whether I do Light, Chaos, or Independent. And I'm gonna try my best to go for that. So no Imperial route in my replay of Der Langrisser. Hey, error. I'm slowly winning. And I gotta be careful not to wipe out all the enemies. It's been a while. Hope you've been doing okay. Yeah, that's why I have those timers. Yeah, and I'm not even sure if those games are really 50 to 60 hours. Because there's very little data and records of times. That's why I have question mark next to the 47-hour estimate. And it's been going fine. Just slowly making my way through this and been back on the challenge since last week. Gonna have to try my best to ignore the mages. Well, we could experiment and see if I'm gonna lose ranking if I kill everyone but one. And just paralyze the remaining one. Or let them burn through their MP by just having a fodder. Unless they actually summon new units. Yeah. I assume that most of my games are going to be one playthrough sort of dealies. Like, I'm not gonna go for all endings unless under very, very special exceptions. Like, the game really adds to the full experience if you do everything, sort of thing. Like, for example, as far as I know, I didn't actually get to it myself. It's like, you get the full story beating Nier Automata like 5 times or so. I've only beaten Route A, so I can't really say. I decided to add even Western RPGs, so it's not just JRPGs, it's everything, all JRPGs. Which is why Wizardry 6 is actually the next game. That happens to be the random pick. And honestly, Western RPGs, like those dungeon crawlers like Wizardry or Ultima and stuff, those are way more out of my element, so I'm kind of nervous about my experience with those. Like, I have very little experience with the Wizardry series, and I have no experience with any Ultima game. So, that's gonna be interesting. And I try to look up, if there's any, like, game facts or guides for Wizardry 6 Super Nintendo. Nope. Apparently there is no Wizardry 6 guide for the Super Nintendo version because it's a fan translation. That version is apparently Japan only, and it just happens to get a fan translation, so it's kind of ironic. I'll let them burn through the MP. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's for sure. And it's either gonna go two ways. I'm either gonna hate it, or I found some solace and enjoy it. But that game I'm nervous about, to be honest, but I'm gonna have to face the challenge head on. Gotta start somewhere. Like, I've played dungeon crawlers before and stuff, and I've played party building ones. Like, I'm an Etrian Odyssey fan, but that's a whole different beast. Oh, it's gonna get added later on, or possibly removed. Like, I'm not 100% sure about Albert Odyssey because it's not on ROM hacking, but there's apparently some kind of fan translation of it. I need to test that game before I keep forgetting to. So I feel like maybe that game might be removed if it's incomplete or super rough. Everything else, as far as I know, has ROM hacking entries. Everyone has to get to the top. And there might be some other fan translations released later on. Like, there's apparently 2 that came out in recent months. Yeah, I don't have too much experience with Mystery Dungeon games. Oof, and I gotta heal up. Like, I've played some roguelikes, but that's not really my strong genre. I would like to play through Sharon on Vita. Oh yeah, for sure. And I gotta resist save scumming. Just letting them burn through their MP before I move everyone else in, since he's got a highest defense. Oh, I imagine. I imagine it's gonna be mean all time. And then there's Torneko. So we've neutralized the wizard's magic threats. I like the way you said it. It's a time before they figured that the players should also have fun. Lovely. I've actually never played D&D. I never really had a nice local group, when I was growing up, that would be interested in D&D. And by the time I'm old enough to find groups and stuff myself and try it a little bit, I feel like I ultimately end up, liking card games and board games or something more rigid. And I feel kind of super shy to roleplay in front of others. Or super shy to come up with share my imagination and thoughts, so I just kind of, hold myself back. That kind of thing. And that's if players are good. Fun. Yeah. I could. Yeah, I've heard of Roll20. I'm just kind of like, maybe one night if I'm actually bored or just kind of in a weird mood and decide to explore. Sometimes I just ended up doing new things or exploring new things when I'm just like, I'm kind of feeling a little depressed. Maybe I should explore something else for a change of pace. It's kind of how I got into Salty Bet. And just been kind of had a one day of just kind of passively watching Salty Bet streams throughout the day. Yeah, I don't know why, I just feel like a little reluctant to ask Baku about it. Oh yeah, you were there. That's how I first met you when I was doing the final boss of Romancing Saga 3. That's actually, I think, the first time I saw you in that stream. Nah, I have no interest in setting up my own Mugen. Oh yeah. And that final boss was tough, but I just had to have a separate stream to grind and then managed to beat it at the end. But I felt super satisfied with it in the end. That's why I ended up with the enjoyment of 5, because even though I got my ass kicked for a while and the final boss is super tough, it just feels satisfying to really beat them, and I just felt satisfied with the game overall and how it made me feel. Yeah, just waiting, just killing time. Can leave those guys alone. They're not a threat anymore. I assume we beat the level once Eris goes up the stairs. Alright, take care, JRPG party, and good talking to you. I'll see you around. There we go. Well, I didn't eliminate everyone, so it should be okay in ranking. Okay, we're good. I haven't had a good look at the map, so I assume this is our final destination. Hades Chateau. Chateau. Forget the pronunciation. Okay, safety. Save. And I'm gonna go stretch and to use the restroom a little bit and just kind of have a few minutes of my food. So, I'll be back. And I need to set up a be right back message for this, for the challenge UI. Oh wait, it did have one. I just need to set up a shortcut in OBS. I mean, Stream Deck. Okay, I'm back. Had to also pick up delivery. So, here we go. And let me just save it just in case. And what's this phone call? Probably junk mail. It's from Massachusetts, where I live in New York. Who cares? She's just kind of basically a walking plot device. Like, they managed to, escape a temple from exploding or getting themselves killed back in the 4th area or so, or 5th area. She managed to control a dragon cargo, and of course, she also saved Im from being poisoned to death. And now she notices a hidden door. She's just basically a plot device. Like, they would have been screwed in multiple fronts without her around. So I actually didn't check exactly what we needed to do, like what's the objective. We're just kind of going around. Maybe we need to talk to someone back in camp. That looks like a wolf. I feel like I've missed some story detail or haven't talked to the right NPCs. I might have missed the important NPC talk. Okay, now that pathway is open, and we got a bunch of zombies. Maybe there was an NPC in the town. It's like, hey, there's a treasure up north of the mountain. Go get it. You should go check it out. I got distracted by the things. Oh yeah, we talked to him already. Oh, although we just probably missed the plot point. Our final destination is probably that castle. Okay, so she's the 4th Commodore. So I'm gonna at least try to avoid some encounters. Eliminate them. So probably a necromancer. Those necromancers over here. Hey. Yeah, it's flying robots. Yeah, since the necromancers are far away, I might just ended up killing a few units. That would be in the way. Probably the flyers. They kind of stick out amongst the enemies when everything else is just undead. Oh, good EXP gains. These guys kind of hurt though. I'd rather them get towards Brian and Ein. While Dora is just going to slowly paralyze them. Or hopefully paralyze them. I don't know if they're immune to paralyze or uh-oh. Okay, at least they don't hurt. Or rather, don't hurt Ein. Since when did Iron get much greater defenses than Brian? Or Brian used to be the one that's much more tankier? Go figure. You know what? Might lose points, but less enemies in the way. I'll just have to make it up in other levels. Hey, Dark. I feel like I heard the name Lyle before, but I forgot. I should know that reference. And how you doing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember too much of the Shining Force 1 characters. And how's your playthroughs been going? You beaten Rackraiser? That was a terrible stat gain. Okay, ignore those zombies when I can. We no need to fight them. Or they might hurt, and Brian just takes a lot more damage now. So, what's next on your retro achievement hunt, Dark Wolf? And that is not what I meant to do, but oh well. That's one down. It actually works in my favor. What I meant to do was this. Just to make sure I get the one-hit kill. Yeah, just thinking about it, this mission acts on the assumption that you know what necromancers or necromancy is. Maybe there was a little Japanese kid or little kids that are playing this fan translation. They don't know. It's hard. You can't assume that everyone knows the specific things. Next retro achievement friend is Phony Friends. I've never heard of it. Hopefully able to enjoy yourself, and hopefully it was not a joke pick or something. Because my first thought is, it probably sounds like a joke pick of some kind. But hey, what do I know about that game? Okay, we still got our top rank. Good. Bye-bye. Playing with the unit's gonna be her biggest downfall. Just straight to the point. I guess we must kill all of them. No further details. Well, oh, Arby's here, so I could just do this. I was gonna do it with Tobikage, but I feel like it would be ripped to shreds if I do it. Oh wait, we got stronger fists now. I might have killed some of them. Whoops. Oh. Trust Zoe says she'll be okay. So I just noticed the message now. Well, let's see how it is. Maybe it's a surprise gem. But either way, good luck. I haven't really looked into the retro achievements things myself, so maybe I could have set up some things for the SNES challenge, but just to see what I was able to pull off, but But I'm not, well, I kind of am a bit of a trophy hunter on the PlayStation games. But it's not my main point, it just feels like I just gather up the trophies and just do what I can if it's all doable. Sometimes I end up plating them, most times I don't. Victory. Well, they don't provide much though. Spin hold the gate to skip through some of the animations and text. To speed things up ever slightly. I wonder if there's just a few we can gather up. Maybe I shouldn't have moved him. I want the enemies to bunch up closer together, so, why did I forget his name already? Though Stinger can, just blast a bunch of them. Nuke them all. That could have been better. Good enough. I knew Dimitri was going to do that. Okay, now these guys are super weak to Earth. So we can leave the other mage alone a bit. While RB does this. Go get him. Oh, that really wasn't much at all. I blame the zombies. And just in case, she's okay with Earth. Could have been a little better. Okay, then we're gonna do the heal, then we're gonna try to finish off the last zombie and we're good to go. Huh, I didn't even check the elemental resistances. Okay, Okay, weak to not weak to lightning at all, so wouldn't matter. We win. Yeah, I'm not surprised on lack of EXP bonus. Decide enemies if I want to grind a little bit, or, you know, pick on the extra fights, or work on chaos. Been a while. Up there. Eliminate all the guards to enter castle. Got it. Just seeing what to expect. Okay, we've got these mages over here. Where are those healers? Maybe those are healers. To whole EXP. Let's be eyeing into the open. Get enemies closer. Okay, so definitely black mages. And it's earth, so whatever, but they could cast more than once. So we already got up. Oh, that hurts a lot more than I thought. They're upgrades to necromancers. Or iron just never, it doesn't have strong earth resistance. I'm gonna try to get the other mage closer. Just start wailing on them. Yeah, I don't want to use them. Just want the other mages to get closer together. Oh, he's just attacking like normal. Okay. Sure. I wonder if I could get even greedier. Good enough. Oh yeah, look at that. Yep, and how's it going, fan? Welcome. It's gonna weaken most enemies, but you know, at least we lower their HP. You're back? Good, good. Those good times in the secret raid night last night. Yep, chat was dead for everybody. Yeah. Oh really? I didn't even know that. I was just innocently playing, or I thought, hey, my channel gets super quiet from time to time. You know, do I have mind repair? Because we could do this. Okay, apparently Eris is more ranged. Never knew that. Oh, that's to give. Everyone but partners, fun. Okay, no problem. And oh, now I noticed that you said chat should be working now. I thought you said that should be working now, as in my AOE super explosion attack. So that was a weird. That was a weird situation then. Oh yeah, the game definitely has a lot of extra fights, or a lot of padding. That's what adds to it. And replaying that can be a little exhausting, potentially. This content's unavailable? Well, you haven't missed too much, it's just a filler fight right now. Well, still operating as normal, otherwise I would know if I'm banned. I hope. Yeah, it's... We got rid of both mages. Thank you very much, Error. Thank you very much, Curry. That was a well-deserved 99. I don't think he's gonna get 36 MP to naturally do it twice. Now, who should do it next? He's not gonna get much EXP out of it, but Arby's is stronger. Well, that's actually good. That was more EXP than I thought, too. I have a feeling Mage is gonna go next. Yep. Yep. Okay, she can reach. Go. And there's no more enemies, so we just do this for easy EXP, then kill off the last mage. Okay, and that's one down. Hopefully it gets saved right away, just in case. Ooh, 50. Oh, Tobikage's actually higher. Should raise up Arby some more. Same battles await us inside the castle. I'm guessing 2 more, if it's like the other castle. Or Retsetsu. I was gonna say that, I hope it didn't glitch out. Yes, it's Commander Konami now. I don't think it's the final version of her. Oh, and it's just a bunch of clones. Surprise, surprise, it's all mages. Okay, who's weak to fire? He's okay. RB's not that great with fire. She's bad with fire and magic in general. It's okay, so it's mostly these two that gotta be weary of with the fire stuff. Yeah, I've been enjoying the game, and I feel like I'm getting more into the groove of it when I'm getting less stressed out about the battle system and fighting units I like, and just being able to, you know, wipe enemies faster. And how you been doing? Yeah, we got healing at least. Maybe we could kill these clones in one shot. Probably spread out. Yeah, he's good. Oof, sorry to hear about the food poisoning, and glad you're feeling better. And by the way, suck up, the wheel got rigged. We have a rigged pick. Someone actually accumulated 150,000 channel points and forced a pick for one of the entries here. Yeah, so we got a number 14 already revealed before the game even finished. Got some front mission. Another strategy RPG, but with mechs. Much more on the real... Well, it's not much more, it's on the real side of mech. Like, there's the super robots, and then there's the real robots. Real robots is more like Gundam. Okay. Okay, can't reach. Okay, these three have way less HP than these two. Just realized. Oh, they provide decent EXP as well. Nah, not yet. Just so we could get something. Oh, actually, I should have won the one that's closer to the group. Well, let's see how this goes. Vroom vroom. Is it also fire? Yep. Maybe stronger fire. Nope. That's okay. Gonna finish this next round, so let's heal everyone. Well, no stat gains, no nothing, just level up and nothing. That's concerning. Not even a single HP. Okay, let him finish her off. Okay, that thought I would kill her one blow. Let's go raise the main character's EXP a little more. That stat gain wasn't so hot either. Hey, Miss Plot Device wants to say something. Does she have a way of getting out of the illusion? Killer. Now the fight really begins. And just thinking which ones I could ignore. Why is these racers different colors? Maybe I can ignore these knights. Hopefully she'll come closer to us. But I kind of doubt it. Unless we're within range. Any of them weak to lightning? Not these guys. Yeah, they resist lightning hard. Poor Jeddah. He's a robot slayer at least. Yeah, maybe we could just make her come here. Taking a risk here. Not like Racer gives much EXP. Let's see how much damage he does against him. Let's see if he'll come closer and we could just lump together with someone. Anyway, that can no longer one-shot most of these guys. Now it's taking 2 to 3 whole hits. Looks like we're gonna do this. I shouldn't do all these kills, but just to clear some enemies out of the way. I could probably ignore that flyer. And as long as we don't get close on the upper half, probably those other mages won't come by. Yeah, Thor can paralyze. That's partly why I still keep her around. Yeah, these are not moving. Okay, let's soften the blow a bit. She's within striking range. Let's see if that'll finish her off. Yeah, good thing I softened her up. I mean, weaken her. Yeah, we win. Famous last words. Again, Connolly is just our beloved walking plot device. Ooh, 60 XP. Okay, and still on FEDA Emblem. Good. Okay, so now post the battle scene. Onward to the next area. There should be 2 areas to go. At least I want to make part way through the next one, so I'll be able to definitely finish it tomorrow. Area 11. Okay, the Empire's like, nope, not our problem, you take care of this Colbert guy. Nope, we got two more Commodores and a Tusk and a Cobalt to beat up. And get, oh yeah, and free that magic sword thingy of destruction. Oh, he's just evil to the bone. Either Colbert is a misguided villain or a total bullshitter. It's one or the other. Probably the latter. Oop. We got a new supply shop. Damn, that's expensive. I might also sell Chaos Edge and Thorblade. I don't know if this is a 2 ranged attack or not, so I'm just going to sell the Bastard Sword for Ein. Why is this one so much more expensive than the other? Guess I gotta let it be. And you could use it too. Suspicious. Well, we'll just get one and see. Maybe it's something super OP. If I tried it and remembered. But darn it, you already rigged the wheel nuts. Has your greed known no bounds? This town theme's a little too basic. And very short loop. Okay, so we gotta go talk to somebody to open up that gate. I barely remember it. No, we still got a few villains to take care of. Yeah, what's up, Darnits? Yeah, front mission hype indeed. Just as a heads up, I don't know when I'm going to be getting to it, but it's on the horizon 3 games from now on the list. Because I don't know how long Wizardry 6 and Slayers is going to be, and who knows, I'm going to be... I don't know what else I'm going to be playing in between, or what my moods strike, or if things happen on the side. Because real life is a bitch that way, etc, etc, so... All I ask is, I trust you on it, but just in case, all I ask is for patience whenever I get to it, that's all. Hopefully it won't take too long. Yeah, whatever will be, exactly. Mm-hmm. You would think he would unleash the weapon by now. Considering this said, one lone unit defeated 2 Commodores and rescued a bunch of cities. Okay, Sarah. No pressures. You're the final hope of this world. And let me just eat the remains of my soup a little bit. Manhattan clam chowder. Pre-packaged, I just warmed it up. And I dropped my paper towel. And I had the controller upside down for a moment. Well, gate is open, so let's go. We'll see how another hour, maybe hour and a half or two would go. Oh, this could be a short. This could be a short chapter. This is just basically a straightway, and the last one could be long. Well, let's see what command has to say. Nobody's here. Yep, just plain old Manhattan clam chowder soup with some cheese poured in. Nah. Not at the moment. I'm admittedly a bit of a glutton, especially when I'm relaxed. I always have like a snack or some kind of food on the side, that's why you just hear these random noises. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so they're charging at us. That's what might take a bit. Okay, just kill the Pegasus soldiers. Okay, let them come to me. Yeah, not much EXP there. Oh, that's the upgrade to the Ken Trooper, it looks like. And there are other Pegasus buddies over there. Gotta try to ignore the racers. Let's go after Pegasus, guys. Uh-oh. No resistance to Earth, but we don't have any more Earth magics. Yeah, EXP. Just don't kill him. Ow. This might be bad. We need to kill those guys. how to best approach things. And that's a single target sword. So good to keep the Chaos Blades. And they could do that 4 times now, and it hurts. Okay, keep in mind the Mark Troopers, they're pretty dangerous. Oh god. That's unexpected. I thought I'd take one more. Oh, good thing I saved. Those troops don't play around. Play it safe. Maybe that Pegasus unit will come down. Just in case, because I'm a little worried about those troopers. The super scary Mark troopers. Brian, what's up with your defenses lately? Mine used to be way more fragile. Trying to get this unit to go down and make a turn. So then we could just kind of swoop in. Can't go that way. We'll just kill that trooper. Get some EXP. Just get some extra XP. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. So we got this. We gotta clear the way for Brian here. In case Brian fails, then Ein. That's why we're killing. Okay, then Ryan, you take the kill. And mission end. With one extra casualty. Ooh. 60 XP again. Oh, yeah, mine has 56 defense. Arby's got even more. Okay, and let me take a look at the stats for a moment. Yeah, Brian's stat defense has gotten way lower. Mine's just shot up a lot. And he's not even far behind. Toby Kawiki is super fragile. Arby's is actually quite a tank. Eris can actually sustain herself, and that doesn't have much lower defense than Brian. He actually has less defense than I thought, but he's been good. He's getting a little more fragile. And the archers are our lowest defense units. And in terms of attack, looks like Shishi's the highest. Yep, Shishi's the highest. So I gotta just bait out the enemies more with Ein instead of Brian. Because it used to be the other way around where Ein gets hurt a lot more. Maybe he got super lucky with RNG or got screwed over. Well, onward to the next battle. Maybe kill those mages over there. Hello, it's just Christopher. Yeah, this is a cool game, I guess. If that's what you mean. Kill the mages. I'll ignore these, maybe kill the flies. So, bait things out with Ein instead of Brian. Hopefully those mages move. Yeah, it's an interesting game, and if you're familiar with Shining Force, then it has very similar vibes to it. Some of the guys from Shining Force made this. And I went too far. Sorry, Stinger. They don't move. So I may need to kill a few extra units. blitz them with flyers. I need to kill a chunk of enemies and probably ignore these three. And thank you very much, darn it. Therefore, it's double the cool. Yeah, you could say it like that. I want to avoid trouble. I was thinking actually the same thing, like Algor, or I was going to pronounce it in a more sinister Algor. I don't know if it's accurate to the monster's name in the Japanese version, or they decide to be cute. And there's been no Barbie Troopers. Just in case, let's bathe him with iron first. Oh. Uh-oh. Please dodge. No? Okay. I'm early in the level, so I'm resetting. Come on, emulator. These guys could be dangerous, so maybe I should kill them off. Because this map is gonna suck and we're gonna get swarmed with enemies. So maybe I have to lose a rank. And wish those guys were weak to lightning. So that way, you know, Jeddah can just kind of one-shot them. Those mages just want to sit back and don't want to be on the action. Ooh. They're lined up. Arby's gonna take them. So yeah, what's this item I have here? Is this just a defense thing? Wait, we have accessories and equipments? That's been a thing the whole time? It didn't look any different from the weapons. Well, guess I'll know 27 hours in that there is in fact equipment and stuff we could equip to units. Maybe I had other stuff I didn't know about. I forget what DP is. Damage power? Defense power? Probably defense. I feel like I gotta go back. Otherwise we might have extra battles. Yeah. Oh man. I'm contemplating going back now and equipping stuff. It'll be super useful for Brian and I'm. Maybe the game lets me just kind of go back and maybe they won't respawn new enemies. Otherwise, I guess maybe this chapter is going to take a little longer. Blame this newfound discovery. Oh, these guys give a lot of EXP. Okay, Marinus. I want to like you, but your stats gains are terrible. And I might have to go sell a few things. You could use it. I feel like I should give it to our two leads. And just start taking stuff like no tomorrow and heal up. I gotta look, is there even a Shrine Classic for this game? What have I been missing out on? Give me a little bit. Sorry, I'm just looking up stuff right now. Okay, so there was Chrome Fists and Leather Bands and stuff. Could equip super expensive, but apparently they're armors. Could have looked up the classic shrines for this game too. So I'm just looking up stuff suddenly. Okay. Just wonder what else I missed out on. Wasn't too much, so yeah, those blade resists are armors we should get. And apparently there's a super weapon for Aim I would have missed. Ow. Oh, that is not who I wanted to kill. Whoops. Hopefully he lives. Well, I'll just leave one of the gnats alone instead. Oh, it's not even worth it, 1 EXP. Yeah, I was mixing things up. See if I can bind it. Okay, good. And they still don't want to get close. Just paralyze them all. Do your thing. I feel like the enemies are going to respawn, but I gotta go back to town for a little bit. That mission could have been better. At least I didn't kill everyone. Now, I wonder if I could sell enough stuff to get 3 more of those blade resists. Because those 2 need at least. Okay, our ranking is still good. So yeah, gonna go back for a little bit. Okay, I guess not. I guess we're good in any extra battles. But wait, I should go to camp and just pick up some stuff. And apparently there's supposed to be something in the camp too. was just reading, like, apparently check storage in Area 11. Yeah, like, I don't know if the game even explained it, but apparently this is Ein's best weapon. And I should just check the shrine. What are these? Some of these things like Rear Valiant and all that. I'm just looking up stuff right now. Apparently, Rear Valiant is a sword. Just bringing out stuff out of what's a salt sack? Shim. Probably one of the mages or something I don't have. Someone I don't have. So apparently they're giving us free goodies and stuff. I don't remember having this many. Yes, I should have checked the storage. Apparently there's something for Brian for Area 12. She's just basically giving me our meal for selling. Gonna make some prep work at the moment. I meant to go to town. Got quite a bit to do. First we're selling. And the fact that the game doesn't tell you these things, like, you know, Mine's ultimate weapon is just randomly in storage or things like that. Maybe not as a necessity, but could still help, sort of thing. Hey Char, how's it going? What else can we sell? Chris has got some stuff. Yeah, I'm doing okay as well. I'm just basically getting ever closer to the end with this game and just selling stuff because I made some late game discoveries that this game actually has armor that people occasionally sell, and it's hard to tell because it looks like a weapon. That sort of vagueness. So now I'm just selling what I can to just get extra stuff if I can. Oh, the assault Zack was for him. That's what it was. Man gets it as well. Next to our gargoyle friend should have it. It's kind of weird that I have to equip it mid-battle instead of before or after. Or maybe there is a way, but I couldn't figure it out. Just grasping straws here. So I'm not using Jenny. There we go. We could get 2 more. Probably not gonna give it to my ranged units because they shouldn't get hit. Okay, you managed to get it a few more characters. Let's traverse a little bit, then we're gonna save, and then we're gonna go crash that gate. Onward. Got these troopers. Is it kill them all or work our way towards the gate? We could try to ignore them and see what happens. And if everyone just goes towards the gate. Okay, Brian should be able to sustain more damage now. Same with Ein. Just was trying stuff for a bit. Oh, I should have gave that to Tobikage. We could always switch it. She would be okay on his own. Because Tobikage is way too fragile. And he's just been useful as an attacker. So let's see. Yep, better defense here, here, here. Certainly you could use it as a flying unit. And these guys can't move much, so maybe we could just go towards the gate and we'll win. And if not, we'll just pick them off. I'll kill the ones in the second row. No, bring out Ein. They know they want to. Stat gain could have been better. Okay, the 2 troopers is done. Blah. Alright, take a heal. Only do it one more time. Oh, let's see how much damage he does. Yeah, that's not so scary then. Could still hurt some of the other ones. And that's another. Can get rid of this jackal. Yeah, this map has been pretty easy. And we just ignore healer. Healer does healer thing. That's 3 levels right now that Marinette has got no stat ups. Maybe he just stops growing. Yeah. That hurts. Maybe there's other shops later on where we could get blade resists. And the mission's still going. Jackal might attack next and bother Stinger again. We'll keep trying. Whack. Yeah, he could take a few hits of that. Let's see if that completes the mission. Yes, it does. Cool. We didn't have to kill everyone. Oh, 80. I thought they said the cap was around 50. Oh well then. Can still keep growing. Here. But I wanted to save. Oh well. Let's see. Kill them all, he said. Mages are here. They're earth mages. Oh, there's no middle anyways. I remember those mages give quite a lot of EXP, so we're going... RB goes to the right side. Let her just do stuff. Yeah, those three alone will be fine. If I shoot a group like this and there's more enemies on that side. So it begins. Just have to have enough MPs for at least one of the troopers. Not so scary now that we actually have armor. Two more times. And if no one needs to heal, just do a mind repair. Catching up to you. Alright, you're still alive. Let's see how we do. Yeah, just burn through the MP. Yeah, it's nothing. Only 1 EXP, huh? Something to do. Just to make sure that it's dead. Just use the AoE ability. Just in case, you know, in case Stinger takes a lot of damage. Doesn't matter who gets the kill. Ooh, and thank you very much for the raid, Rio. How's it going? I didn't realize you were streaming. I didn't put anyone on the side today. Were you playing more Guruman? And welcome, guys, whoever's hanging around or joining in on the raid. And by the way, Rio, the wheel got rigged. Someone rigged the pick. They actually gathered up 150,000 channel points and rigged out a pick for number 14. So, for number 14, this is what we got. At least it's a nice pick with front mission, and something I'm familiar with. So I know I'm gonna have a good time. Just maybe a rough start until I get all the OP things. Yeah, that's Slayers, and I actually haven't watched much of the anime. Number 12 is the one I'm most nervous about. Number 13 is going to be interesting since I don't have a strong attachment to the IP. And what did you play today, Guruman? Did you beat Guruman? Oh. I underestimated that power. Oh, just in case. Okay, so you think you might finish it by New Year's tomorrow? By New Year's Eve? I should be able to finish this tomorrow. Therefore, making it my final game of the year. And finishing on the last day. That'll be fun. Yeah, I can't believe I actually cleared 43 games on stream. Yeah, maybe better to start it earlier, just for good measure. To make sure that you finish that New Year's Eve game. Okay, for some reason that one did only 7 damage, but the other one did 28. Maybe it was a super crit. Yeah, Hoshiga. Let's go at least finish with another strategy RPG like FEDA. Maybe we could skip that trooper's turn. Or bait it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Deal with this scary enemy. Look at the damage just wildly varies with this unit. It's making it super dangerous. Therefore, must be killed ASAP. Can she reach out and kill? Nope. We win. That EXP gain is awesome. Everyone levels up. So, did we win? Well, let's just go on ahead. Unless there's more battles ahead, but we'll see. Sup, Tusk? Well, I guess let's go. Final showdown. Yes. You gotta knock some sense into this kid. Okay, so true final showdown of destiny. Music is good overall. The problem is lack of variety, so a lot of the songs just kind of lost its luster to me. Like, the opening theme and the map theme is, well, the chapter theme is super great. Oops. I just said this is my special technique. I just got used to holding A, then I just kind of got into the habit of it. We win. Well, that's the shortest mission I had in the game. A little extra something. I thought we'd be fighting him like as the secret final boss or near the end of the final chapter or something. Once you two. It's your fault, Brian. You murdered him. And we got 2 Commodores accompanying him. And we need a personal... We have a grudge match. Yeah, we still got each other. Yeah, this chapter wasn't very long. It was just basically padding. And had one confrontation at the end. And here we got to the final chapter, but we're going to be stopping there as soon as I could save. And hey, title drop. Emblem of Justice. Yeah, like that chapter theme right there is probably one of my favorite songs. Okay, we're just starting off with a battle right away. So, what's the plan, man? Yeah, so let's leave for now. Let's take a look at the map. Alright, so I guess our final missions is going to take place here. And we got one random unit over there. That is a big city. So let me just get this executor if it's in the storage. Yeah. Knowing that the executor is here. Okay, so thank you very much, guys, for the hangout. Stream actually ended up longer than I thought. I just ended up pushing things because it looked like, you know, the 11th area was going to be pretty short comparatively. Still took a bit longer in some aspects than I thought, but I should be finishing this tomorrow, and we're going to give it a review. Game already got picked out, so there's not going to be any little spin, so thank you, Ryoshin, for the raid. Thank you, Darnets, for the rig and the pick. Thank you for anyone else that's been hanging about. So, let's see. Who should I go raid? Actually, there is one person we can raid. And we could raid Panda Eats a Lot, aka Misa. It's her birthday today, so I might as well give a happy birthday raid. So, let's go bother her, say hello, and take care until next time. We're finishing this tomorrow. So, till then, take care. And hey, a person. See ya, and bye, person.
Ooh, where is that? Is it Okay, there it is. There it is. You got your explosion! Thank you so much, Mr. JRPG, for the wonderful raid. How are you? Birthday raid. How was your stream? How was your stream? The Wait, what's that? FEDA, the Emblem of Justice? Is it like Oh yeah, let me start that stone while we're still here. I forgot how to do this. Okay, we're doing our giveaway. We're gonna start it right now, and I gotta figure out how to. Oh shit! What's happening? Oh, Ryoshin! Thank you so much. Thank you, and happy almost New Year to everyone. Happy almost New Year to everyone. Holy crap! What's happening? Panda! Wait! Wow, Panda! Thank you! Oh my goodness. Jesus. We completed a level 4 hype train. Thank you guys so much. Panda, thank you so much. Oh wait, we're now at level 5? There's a level 5?